meanwhile, if you guys have any doubts or issues related to any concept, you can switch on your mic and ask. So all tickets will be released shortly. The tentative date was 12th of April, but it will be released shortly.
I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Actually, I want to know the pandas and NumPy. Should we have to know the syntax and the function calls of all the NumPys,
No,
will there be relative questions on that, or should we have to know whether the syntax is proper? Such type of questions also will be there.
The whole syntax and pandas, nobody is expecting you to learn them or know them by heart, but you should know the at least some basic knowledge of those libraries which are being taught in the video lectures.
Okay.
Can we start?
Yes, sir.
Ishant, are you there?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible, Ishant.
You can start at this.
Hello and good evening, everyone. It's nice to meet you
Good
people.
evening, sir.
In the
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening,
Let me give you 5 minutes
evening,
time
sir.
to
Good
wish
evening,
good
sir.
evening. Okay, good evening. Good evening. Very good evening. Just give me a second. So I'm the co-host, right, Ishant? And how do I force mute everyone so that there is no accidental unmuting from the audience side?
Sir, you are the host. I'll look how to mute it.
Can you do that from your side? Can you force mute everyone?
I'm looking for it, sir.
Okay. Okay, I got it. I got it. Okay, so people, please raise your hand when you want to say something, and we will unmute you and you can talk. Okay, perfect. So I have a small request. I enjoy seeing you all as much as you like seeing me. So let's play a small game. I will switch off my video and wait for at least half of you to switch on your video. Only half, it's not compulsory. The other half need not switch on the video, right? So until I see some people, the session will not start. Wonderful. I saw someone switch on. Pritam, hello, good evening. Nilesh, good evening. Debashis, good evening. Keyur, Nagecha, good evening. Good evening, Shantini. Kindly switch on the videos. Sai Raviteja, good evening. Vishnu, good evening. Vedansh, good evening. All right, so this should be nice. More the merrier. I'll get energy. I derive energy from people. So the video is not on. You see, they say the brain has 70% of the real estate dedicated to the visual things. If we do not see, the 70% of our brain is sort of inactive, right? It's called the visual cortex. So it's important for us to keep our brains active, and that will only happen if we switch on the videos. All right, so a little bit about joy of computing. I'm sure you all have enjoyed the course. The course is meant to be enjoyed mainly. We also have an exam at the end for some people who don't want to just enjoy, but also want to self-evaluate. Okay, but then things that are really enjoyable. You love playing football, but if I give you an exam on football, you will not first like it. Secondly, you don't want to be evaluated based on that, right? So things that we enjoy should not be evaluated. But unfortunately, Joy of Computing became a course that many people took up, and they also said that it should be a course that should be floated as exam too, and many universities adopted the course for Python, and we thought, chalo, theek hai, this is not a Python course, but still let us say yes to it, and we said yes to it. But right now it has grown really big. It's heartwarming to see close to 50,000 registrations this season, and many more exam registrations too. So with that said, I would like to request you all to please not stop seeing the joy part of it because of the exam. You see, always we do this mistake of exam oriented study means what? I mean, just look at 1 mark, 2 mark, 3 mark, 5 marks, 10 marks questions and forget the nice part of the subject. And exams also aid to that. Teachers also aid to that. I don't want to be that teacher. I would like to emphasize quite a bit, in fact, that you people should continue to enjoy the course. Okay. I will address a few questions, but before anything, roti kapda makan, as they say in Hindi, right? So essentials are very important. I know some of you who are here want to know how to do well in your exams. That is one of the many dimensions, although not the only dimensions. So what we'll do is, to begin with, my TA Ishant will show you a few questions, ask you to answer it, and then give you the answers. Okay, so if you have any concerns, please raise your hand. Sometimes in these live sessions, I have had this experience. Someone will raise their hand amidst some serious discussion, and they'll say, "Sir, where are you from?" Okay, please avoid doing that. Let's stick to the context. Right now, the context is some nice exemplary questions for exam. 15-20 minutes, not more. Immediately after that, I will take over from Ishant, and we'll discuss some nice parts of the course and the possible upcoming course that I have promised at the end of the video, because many people have asked that question on the Google form. I will address that too, and any other concerns that you may have. Right? So on to Ishant. Let us listen to him now. Go ahead, Ishant. Maybe you can share your screen and then start off.
Yes, so I'll show you a bunch of questions. You guys can raise your hand.
So I will join Ishant roughly at around 7:30 then. Okay?
Sure, sir.
You can take over.
So you guys can raise hands or either type in the chat box. I would prefer if you guys make it interactive. That would be awesome, and everyone will learn from that. So let's go ahead. So our first question is, what will be the output of this following piece of code? So here you can see there's a dictionary named shop, which has 3 entries in it: television 5, air conditioner 10, microwave 2. And then we have another dictionary, new shop, which is empty. So we have applied a function, new shop.update shop, and then print new shop. So what could be the answer of this piece of code? Nilesh.
Yes, sir. So, according to me, the new shop will become the same as the shop because we are using the update command. So, all the key value pairs will be copied to the shop. So, I guess in the answer, we should get the shop dictionary itself.
Oh, so one answer is you'll get the shop dictionary inside the new shop dictionary because it just copies the whole shop dictionary to the new shape, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's see other answers as well. Vedansh, you would like to speak?
Yes, I had the same answer. Like as we are using the update function, so the shop elements will be copied into the new shop and it will be displayed.
Okay, so same answer. Anyone else? The shop scripted prints the shop. Okay. So yeah, the right answer for this is the shop will be copied in the new shop dictionary and it will be printed as it is. So another follow-up question on this: if I have few entries in the new shop dictionary, for example, if I have, for example, washing machines 3, So what will happen in that case? Will it get overwritten or will it append the shop dictionary in the new shop? So I request you, if you have if you have answered it, you can raise your hand down and then raise it up again. So I'll know when to unmute.
So sir, like as you said, if there are already some values in the new shop, what will happen is if the keys in the shop and the new shop are matching, the values of that particular key will get updated. And if the keys are not, and the keys in the shop are not in the new shop, then they will get updated.
Okay, so which value will be taken care of, like the value of the new shop or the shop in the new
Uh,
dictionary if the keys are conflicting?
if the keys are conflicting, the new values will be taken into consideration.
Which value from the shop dictionary or the new shop?
Yes, sir. Like the shop is getting copied to it, so the shop values will be considered in case of
Okay,
conflicting keys.
so any other answers? Yes, Pandey. Yes, please. You can go ahead with the question.
See, if you want to, so my answer is, along with the washing machine, the elements of the shop will also be get copied. Array just to store which choices you made. Okay. So
There are
in
two
that
people
part,
speaking.
at least for oh, sorry for that. Okay.
So who was speaking before that? I guess it was Yash. Yash, we can't hear you. Sorry. Maybe you fixed your mic and then raise your hand again. I'll unmute. Meanwhile, with you can go ahead. I'll just mute all again and then unmute you.
Okay. So my answer is, as you'll add the washing machine element in the new shop, and after using the update function, the elements of shop will also get copied into new shop and it will be displayed. All the four
Correct.
keys will be displayed with the values.
Correct. Pritam, yes.
Yes, sir. My answer is also the same one. If any element is present in the new shop, then when you use update function, it will get updated, sir. It means 4 lists will come in shop.
So that's the correct answer. So basically, what will happen is for the final answer, the values of the shop will be appended to the values in the new shop dictionary. So if we have any previous items in a new shop dictionary, just the new values of the shop will be appended into the new shop dictionary. So our final answer will look like new shop values plus the values of this shop. I hope everybody understood this little concept. If you have any doubt, you can ask. Yes, Suman. Do you have a doubt or would you like to answer?
Yeah, I would like to know whether will it not be based on the keys? It will be based on the keys, right? If the keys match with the new shop, then the new one will be overwritten, correct?
Yes. So you can actually check. It's a fun activity. It's a fun small activity. You can check that which value will append in the case of conflicting keys, and you'll see the result. It's like
Okay.
you can take it as an activity. It's good.
Yeah.
So any doubts? Okay. So let's go to the second question. So our second question is, write a program and print all the elements in the list in the reverse order without using the dot reverse method. So you'll be given a list, for example, L1 2 3 4 5 containing elements being 1 2 3 4 5, and you have to print that list in reverse order 5 4 3 2 1 without using the dot reverse method. So I have the answer written below it. So you guys can tell your approach or type in the chat. Nilesh. Yes.
Sir, one technique will be to like first uh, printed using negative indexing. Second method will be to use the like if the list is named LST, we can use the command LST dot sort reverse equal to true. So it will get reversed and then we can print it.
So I
So there are two
explicitly
ways.
mentioned that we can't use the reverse method. So the point was
We
not
can't use
used.
dot reverse method, but we can use dot sort, right? Dot sort.
But sorting, like your list may not be sorted always. So sorting in the reverse order will disturb the order of the original list, right? So your list could be 3, 4,
So
1, 2.
So then we will go with the slicing only, negative indexing.
Okay, so how will you do that? Like, can you brief it?
Sir, we can use the indexing right. We can make another list and use it like we can find the length of it first, and then we will write it as minus one colon minus of length of the list, and then we can print it.
Okay, okay. So, and what would be your step index, step size?
Yes, sir. My step size will be minus one.
Uh, okay, Vaishnavi, you can go ahead.
Yes.
Sir, we can do it by list slicing, by negative indexing. We can index it as -1 from starting value to end value so that it will reverse the order. That's what my
Yeah,
step is.
correct. Okay, Aditi.
Yes, sir, the same answer. We will be reversing the list by using slicing as and taking the step to be -1.
Yeah, correct. So now I'll just go ahead and show you guys the answer. So in chat, someone said for I in range length of L. That's not correct actually. So you can just see the answer right now. So as you can see, if we have a list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we just first calculate the length of the list. Then we have something called negative indexing of the list as well, which starts from minus one being representing the last element of the list, and it goes till minus n being the length of the list. So if somebody asks you what are the indexes of five is the last index. I hope you can see the piece of code, right? So 5 being the last index of the list. So the last index has last element has two indexes. One is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 index, and the other index is -1. So to access the element 5, we can either use 4 or -1. In this case, we will start from -1 because we have to travel in the reverse order. And we will go to -n, and our step size would be -1 because we are going -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. Okay, so any doubts in this concept? If you have any doubts, you can raise your hand again. Uh, Suleimani, oh sorry, I just lowered your hand. Can you raise your hand again? I'll unmute.
Yeah, I did not understand about this slicing.
So you know the indexing of the list starts from 0, 1, and it goes to the length -1, right? I'll unmute you again.
Yes, I know that.
So in list also to access the last element, we use indexing from -1. -1 represents the last index in our list. So here we have done the same thing. We have started our for loop for -1. So it will start from the last index, from -1 actually. And then if we print L of -1, it will print 5. And then we decrease -1 by 1. So -1 minus times my 1 will give you -2. And then if we print L of -2, it will go 4. Then -3 will print 3, and then so on.
Yeah, okay.
Is it clear now? Okay, nice. So can we move ahead to the next question? Yeah, it's not mandatory. The list will be in ascending order, but our index will be always be the same, the -1, -2, -3 up to the length of the list. So we can move to the next question then. Okay, so the next question is given two numbers, that is x and n, we have to write a program to calculate x raised to the power n using recursion. So we can technically use x star star n to calculate x raised to the power n, but we have to do it using recursion. So anyone who would like to answer this? I'm lowering all your hands, so if you want to answer, you can raise again.
Yes, sir. So we will first create a function like def po x comma n, and in that first of all we'll create a base case, that is if n equal to 0, return 1, else return x into po x comma n minus 1. So what will happen is till n equal to 0, it will be returning me x into x into x into till n times, and when n equal to 0, we know x power 0 is 1, so it will be like x into x into x n times, then 1, so we will get x power n.
Correct.
And if we want, we can neglect the n equal to 0 condition. We can stop it till n, if n equal to 1, return x. Yes.
Correct, correct. So next with Ashish.
So yes, Nilesh was completely correct. We'll make a function to pass the values x and n, and the base case will be like we can take n is equal to 0 and return 1, or we can take n is equal to 1 and return x. And in the recursive case, we can take x into the function having the arguments x and n minus 1.
Okay, correct. Anyone who would like to tell the approach for this question, or we move to the answer? You can code along with the it's okay if you code along with this problem in your compilers. That would be a great practice for you. Okay, so let's move to the answer then. So as you can see in the answer, so we have a function linear power, and then there are two arguments passed, that is x and n. So we have to calculate x raised to the power n, that is x into x into x n times. So our base conditions would be as Nilesh and Viransh mentioned, there could be two base conditions. So I have added both of them here just to show you guys. So if n is equal to 0, we return 1. Why with this base condition? Because x raised to power 0, like any number raised to power 0 should be 1, right? So, and we can't go to negative. So our base condition should be n equal to 0, then we should return 1. Then what we'll do, we'll return x star linear power x n minus 1. So if you guys would try run in your notebooks, you'll see like every time it calls the function recursively, our one power is getting less. So in the end, we'll have the power n equal to 0. First, let's take a small example. If we try to calculate 10 raised to power 3. So first it go 10 raised to power 3, then 10 raised to power 2, 10 raised to power 1, then 10 raised to power 0. And when it reaches 10 raised to power 0, it will return 1 because that's our base condition. Then it comes back, and then 1 will get multiplied with the 10, and then it returns 10 star 1, that is a 10. Then it comes back again, and then it will get multiplied with 10 again, that is 10 star 10, which is 100. Then it comes back and will get multiplied with 10 again, that is 10 star 10 star 10. 1000. I hope this is clear. Any doubts in this concept or logic?
Hi, Shant. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead with my discussion, and then at the end, maybe you can continue.
Okay, sir.
All right. Okay. So yeah, people, we have come to the fag end of the course almost. Which week are we in right now? 12th week?
Yes,
Is
sir.
it?
Good.
12th week. So which means you have solved a lot of assignment questions. And let me ask Ishant, you can also ask me a few questions. I'll also ask you a few questions just so that our conversation will help them. All right. Ishant, do you think people who have finished their assignments sincerely, they can take up the exam with confidence?
Definitely, sir.
Definitely. So please observe what Ishant says. He says that if your assignment is sincerely done, see, a teacher should not expect you to climb Mount Everest and ask you to climb a small, sort of anthill-like structure in the neighborhood and then say, now you are ready to climb Mount Everest. That is not true. That is not even possible. So what we have done is, we have kept the assignment level indicative of the difficulty level in the exam. Exam level difficulty is not going to be many folds more. It will be assignment level only. In fact, some questions can even be assignment type questions only. That is also true. 25% should be roughly of that type. So don't worry at all if you think you have done assignments well. You don't have to worry about doing well in the examination. Automatically you should do well. But in case the assignments did not go well, you have copied or you have not, you're in the last minute, you have done something, you have done inky pinky ponky with the ABCD and then you have finished it, then you should only do inky pinky ponky in the exam too. Right? So that's the tip I would like to give to all exam people. Try to look at the previous assignments too. I think they're available on the NPTEL's website, the previous runs assignment. Do all of them. And do not do inky pinky ponky. Do it the genuine way, right? And then after that, you should sort of rest. You should not even study anything before exams. Go there with all confidence, give it a punch, finish it, and then come back. All right? Okay, good. So let me take a few questions that we have got from the Google form, and we'll also have some questions from you people here on the on this forum. You can always raise your hand and then ask us a question. But before that, let me try to address some of the questions that you people have asked already. Okay. When will Joy of Computing Python 2.0 come? I have promised that in the last video of 1.0 in 12th week, if you people have seen. See, 1.0 when I was doing, there were a lot of students around, a lot of people interested. And right now I do not have that kind of sort of interested manpower. They all have become seniors. They want to do a course on deep learning or machine learning. They don't want to touch Python right now. I need some fresh recruits who are passionate about teaching programming. Once I get them, 2.0 should be on its way. Mostly this year it's happening. 99% this year it's happening. We'll keep you people posted. Anyone part of any of the forums of JOC so far, any of the runs, all you people will get an email from me. I'm also there on LinkedIn. Please feel free to add me there. I'll be posting all the updates on LinkedIn. Once 2.0 is up, you will get an update on my LinkedIn profile. I generally don't say no to LinkedIn requests. So please send across a LinkedIn request. I'll be happy to consider. And my status will tell you when 2.0 is coming up. Not only that, almost every run up to 2000 pre-COVID, we were having a very nice internship program based on Joy of Computing course, a workshop based on Joy of Computing course, where live we invited people to come to our IIT and then stay with us for a week's time, learn Python hands-on from us. You have seen us on camera, we have heard you on camera, let's see in person. So we have done that up to COVID, but COVID spoiled everything. But now COVID is mostly gone. Hopefully it's gone. We will restart it. So please be in touch with us. Also, if you do very well in JOC, you will get internship opportunity to come and visit us. I think you all know of it. And you have applied that too. You applied for, if you should get a gold certificate. right? What is that? Gold is above 85, 90%, whatever. So just look up. Then IIT Madras, NPTEL will sponsor your visit to our IIT. You can come here, stay with us, travel is taken care of, food is taken care of, you'll get hostel accommodation, and you can do your internship. Anyway, so 2.0 is coming up. I'll keep you posted. Respected sir, hope you're doing well. Yes, I'm doing great. This is my second and final attempt at this course for my college semester. Last semester I could not clear, etc. So this is a frequently asked question. This course, from my side at least, the spirit is not to run a university course. There are dime a dozen university courses available, and I myself, if I run a university-like course, I'll get handcuffed. I'll not be able to go outside the realms of typical syntax and programs and all that. To make the program, the videos interesting, I had to think of something adventurous. So that is why I took up some 30 nice ideas and tried programming it. I hope you all enjoyed watching the sort of an excursion mode than pura syntax bata do, and then after that just keep coding and then ask some questions. And that method somehow I did not like. There are so many videos out there. If you want to watch and then learn Python, you can go to YouTube and then watch. But here we took some 30 questions and answered them, and meanwhile we learned Python, right? Okay, good. So why didn't you take the full course? Okay, this is what I get. This is again another frequently asked question, sir. Why were you not there in many of the videos? It's not possible for me to be in most of the videos. I was there in the salient parts. The rest of it was handled by my TAs. But this very course is being redone very soon. When we redo it, I have a feeling at least more than 60% of it I will be there. I will be coding and I'll be showing you people. So feel free to take up the course once more if you want to refresh your Python basics. And I'll be there. I do not know whether I can do better than my TAs, but I'll try my level best. Okay. What is Pythonetic charge? I don't know what is Pythonetic charge. I'll skip that. Could you explain how about the final exam? Is that similar to our weekly assignment? I have answered that question. Good luck for your exams. If you've done well in assignments, you'll do well in the final exam too. There's a question called about Python. I don't know what that means. Respected sir, I'll skip some of the questions, not to bore you people. It's fun to read all the questions for me, but it may not be fun for you people. So, respected sir, how are you doing? 1 second. Okay, placement related questions. All right. So you must know something. I keep repeating this. Python is a type of car. Whether you buy an Ambassador or a Contessa Classic, you know these things if you're from 90s. I'm from 90s. They're all very popular models once upon a time. Maruti 800, right? Or Mercedes-Benz, Audi, or BMW, or Jaguar. It's a car which takes you from point A to point B. Comfort is different, but it takes you from point A to point B. If you want to learn a car, which car model do you choose? Will you worry so much about the model of the car, or will you enter the car and learn the basics of, applying brake, clutch, assuming it is automatic, it's brake and pedal, assuming it's manual, it is ABC, and with a gear and steering balance, and all of these things are mostly common across all cars. It's the skills that are important, not the model of the car, right? Python is one such model of a car, and programming is your driving skills. First thing you must concentrate on is to develop your programming skills, and Python was just a means for you people, right? So once you are through with your programming basics, fundamentals, if I give you a problem, if you can model it nicely and then try to give me a solution using, for instance, I'll give you a very nice example. Your pedometer or your running statistics, right? If you have a nice running watch, Garmin or Apple Watch or whatever, or even MI band, you can check your progress every day using a Python script. Can you do that? If you have completed all the 30 hours of video, you are capable of downloading the raw data from any of this Garmin, Apple, MI, whatever I said, gives you the raw data. It's in a text file. It's in a Python list, basically. Okay, you can take that and then check the heartbeat variation. Is your cardio strength increasing or decreasing? Where exactly do you rest? Where exactly are you able to walk faster, run faster and stuff like that, right? You can basically analyze it using Python. Now, can you develop that ability? If you're struggling with if and for and while and variables and typecasting, etc., you will never be able to do this. Do you have the confidence that for while if comes naturally to you? There is no problem there. Given data set, you can sort of crunch and make sense out of it. Then you're automatically employable. Right? You have to get there basically. It is not that you finish 1, 2, 3, 4 and then you're employable. Then everybody in the world will be employable. Right? It's about you being sort of indispensable by being that skilled person who is not very easy to come by. You're very hard to come by, your kind of skill set. Right? You will develop that kind of a skill set. Right? Okay. Another FAQ, let me pick. Exam pattern and ideas I have discussed quite a bit. Follow assignment pattern and that should be more than enough. More than that, we should not reveal the patterns of the exam. One of the biggest mistakes that teachers do is let you people know what is coming in the examination. What's the fun then? I mean, everybody will be able to clear, or learning will not happen. A teacher's motive is to ensure that learning happens. We will ensure that the questions are such that we will test whether you have learned or not. If you have learned, you get good marks. If you haven't, then you don't. Right? No point making it easy, no point making it difficult. This is an IIT. We have to maintain some standards. And that's why you are here. You are here taking up this exam because the exam is part of IIT, offered by staff from IIT. Right? So we have to maintain that standard. Otherwise, your certificate will not have any value. So the exams will not be watered down version. We will ask questions that we will ask our students here. It's not anything that is not doable. Whatever Ishant was telling, reversal list. You see, yeah, I was trying to teach you the syntax, but there's a quick and easy way to do it. What you do is simply go to L of n minus I as I runs through 0 to n minus 1. N minus I, what is n minus I? When I is 0, when I is 1, L of n minus 1. When I is 2, L of n minus 2. I goes from left to right, increasing, but your n of I comes from that side to this side. You're printing it from the opposite direction, right? So it's just some such logical thinking that will help you code well. I think you have done it already. If you have done some code along with me, as I was, offering some Python lessons, that is more than enough. By the way, I have another set of Python lessons. I have done it completely. At least 80% of it is done by me. Okay, it's on IIT Madras BSc course. Take a look. IIT Madras is an online degree program, and almost all of it I have done. I have done it in a way that it is nicely directed. You need not struggle. It is an increasing level of difficulty. I strongly suggest that you watch it. First 54 videos actually covers good deal of Python. It's roughly 54 videos is not 1 hour each. It's some 10 minutes each, amounting to less than 5-6 hours. So you will be able to watch it. Okay, so there are a lot of questions about exam only, which we can skip in the interest of both time and peace of mind. Let's not break our head. Come there with full confidence. You'll be able to do well. Okay, all right. Any questions about programming? Trust me, let me tell you this. There was a time when we did not have a programming book. I'm sounding like your dad now. Dad or mom. Our dad and mom would tell this. Oh, in our times, we had only radio. We did not have television. We walked the streets and ride bicycle and things like that. So I'm sounding like that, but what to do? I'm from a different generation. So, so there were times when we would not have access to textbooks. How do we type? How do you know the syntax? We had to copy all the syntax and then type. इंटरनेट तो छोड़ो, इंटरनेट का एक्सप्लोरर भी नहीं मिलता था. मतलब desktop would not have internet explorer back then. These things are all recent, let alone internet. The browser was not there. What will you Google? Google was not there. Google came in 1999, right? So back then we had to write all the syntax. We didn't know anything. Where video to dur ki baat hai. We will not even have anyone in the city who would know how to do some particular part of C. I mean, particular function in C. So we had to struggle. But right now that's not the case. There are questions about while loop, for loop in the questionnaire that you people have given me. There are so many videos out there. W3 schools, Code Academy. I mean, so many places. Your Geeks for Geeks. You can start off and then it's an ocean. right? We are just giving an aid, that's all. The classes are being motivational in Joy of Computing. It gives you a reason to learn Python, but then you should not expect to find everything there only. You have to walk out a little, right? If you don't get it here, try to get somewhere else. Programming at the end of the day is a matter of time. Please note, I'm sure many people here are still not confident of programming. Happens. But please note, it's all a matter of time. Few hours you spend on it, you will be through. Right, Ishant? So roughly, let's say, Ishant, how many hours do you think a student should spend to do well with programming? How many hours of coding?
In my opinion, like 1 to 2 hours per day should be sufficient, but one should be consistent and regular.
Consistent. Roughly a month's time is more than enough, actually. 1 to 2 hours every day, a month's time is like you will become a pro, you will become employable, basically. That is more than enough. But to gain some very strong hold on Python like programming, 200 hours of coding is like you will be super good. That you will get in workplace if you go, but then before workplace to get recruited, you should get there. So 200 hours is what weekend 5 hours means roughly 40 weeks, which is, I mean, in less than a year's time, you will get the proficiency if you don't have time. If you have time, sit and finish it. As Ishan says, 2 hours for 1 month or over the weekend for the next few months. Okay, so that's pretty much questions that I see here. I don't have a lot of questions that are important to address. Yeah, so is NPTEL study material alone enough? Yes, we are not going anything outside the study material. Correct me, Ishant. Right, so none of the questions given is outside the assignment like questions, outside the syllabus given. Basics of Python only we are asking. We are not going beyond the typical what variables, lists, dictionaries, functions. Maybe recursion would be the advanced idea. That's all. Beyond that, we are not going anywhere. Right? Not even some extra import packages. We are doing probably the standard import random like libraries only. We are not even going beyond the limit. Okay. So and all the questions on admissions, admit card date, and your exam time and all that. See, we have a proper structure at IIT in general and particularly at NPTEL. Different sections handle different things, and we are very agnostic to it. We don't even know because our motive is to concentrate on educating you people mainly. If we worry about your admit card, if you are worried about your exams, we will not be able to teach you Python. So we do not know anything. We know less than you. If anything, I should ask you those questions. So please do not ask me. You will not get answer. That's always the point. Okay, so let's now take some questions from you people. Maybe 3 to 4 questions, and then Nilesh, yes, you have been asking for a long time. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Sir, like it will be very helpful, like for this semester's programming assignments, if the private test cases can be released. Like I did all the
There's some background noise. Can you come again?
Sir, I don't know actually if there is any. Like I'm sitting in a but. Sir, just a second. Sir, is it fine now?
No, I think there's no background noise, but there is. Where is your mic on your headphones?
No, sir, I have
Remove
removed the
headphones.
earphones. I guess
No,
now
you
it's.
unplug it. Unplug the earphones if possible. Okay. Now you probably will be clear.
Yes, sir. Am I audible now?
Yeah, sure, you're audible.
Yes, sir. So I was saying, like, for this semester's programming assignments, can we get the private test cases released? Like, in 2 assignments, I wasn't able to find. That's why.
Private test case is for us to evaluate. Only public test case will be released. But yeah, mostly if you have got your public test cases right, private should not be a problem. And we'll try to see if we can release the private test cases at the end.
Yes,
Let me
sir.
see. We have not done it yet. Not
Yes,
even a
sir.
single time we have done it.
And sir,
But
like actually, I've been studying Python from last 3 years, and what I realized while studying is, like as you said, solving problem is not an issue for me. It can be like my code is a bit lengthier, like it could have been solved in like 4 to 5 lines, but I took more than 12 lines for solving it. But
lines are not important. Longer the better.
yes, sir. And sir, that's why I somehow found that I can solve problems easily, But when it
Definitely.
comes to like
Answer to your question is longer the better. You should write long codes,
yes, sir.
not short codes. Okay, but your efficiency should be good.
Yes, sir. But
Okay,
the
efficiency
thing
of your
was,
code should be
when I
good.
started trying some other libraries, like when I started trying the Django framework or something, I found that those were not interesting me much, because in that there was some development required, and I wasn't able to like innovate much in that, like how to analyze which products and
Good
all. So,
point. Please note, most of coding actually becomes mundane with time. Okay, especially anything to do with development of, let's say, a given package, a GUI or a web framework. All these things are, it gets very mundane unless there is, at least from my side, as I've observed, anything that involves mathematics makes it interesting
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
and challenging. Once you remove the math part, once you remove the academic component, with time it gets boring. See, initially it will be interesting to do something and then saying, "Oh wow, I displayed this, I did this design, etc." But with time, it's like a kid saying, "I want to be a pilot," but if you should be, flying 16 hours a day, then you realize, "Oh, it's no fun. I want to take a walk in the park instead." Right? So it's like that. Yeah.
Yes,
Next
sir.
question. I
And sir,
saw a
sir,
nice.
one, sir,
Nilesh
one
will go.
also.
We'll go in round robin. You can come once again, right? You already
Okay, sir.
asked a
Okay,
question.
sir.
And I saw a very nice question here. Wait. Um, yeah, if I remember, exception handling, error handling. I think you people should take a look at it. This is a topic which can be dealt with after you are proficient in basic programming. After JOC, you people should look at how to debug your code properly. Number one, get proficient in it. And error handling. Error handling means what? In your code, when some exception happens, exception handling, not error handling, exception happens, you must be able to enter a number, you enter Sudarshan. Then your program should be intelligent enough to say that there is a wrong input given, please give a right input. You can do that in the code itself so that it doesn't throw a error that looks very ugly, because for the end user, he doesn't want to see Python related details, right? That's the next good thing that you can look at. Someone asked me here, and that is when I got reminded of it. So thank you, Deepak, for the compliments there. And the file handling questions are quite difficult for me. File handling, Ankita Agarwal, is actually very, very easy, especially in Python. It is so easy. Take up some nice questions and then solve them. Python ka file handling is the easiest and the fun-filled activity, I must say. Throughout the other Python lessons that I have taught, file handling ocean, you start seeing an ocean there, because you can take a file from your hard disk and analyze on it. Otherwise, you'll take 4 numbers and then sort it or reverse it. It will always be 4 or 5 numbers, right? The fun is with big data. Big data comes with file handling. So file handling is actually fun. Kya 4 to 5 commands, bas, you are into file handling, right? Okay. Sir, your thoughts on machine learning? Thoughts on economics, thoughts on law, thoughts on medicine? That's a generic question. So some other time. Admit card date, could you know? Of course, yeah. Python related. After Python is meant for machine learning only. Python is meant for data analytics like topics, and there you should not be breaking your head about declaring a variable and stuff like that. Everything is done there. You have to just go analyze your data. That way Python is very, very useful. Chance to get certificate in card. 1 second. Okay, this is a nice question. I liked reading it, although I don't know, there's a question here. Sir, please suggest the way to, Vishnu asks, suggest a way to continue the joy of this course, sir, like books to refer and topics to learn which are interesting, like Fourier series, can draw any shape and even faces using programming. This is a kind of questions I enjoy hearing my students ask me such questions, right? So it's about, we have enjoyed thoroughly, how to continue to enjoy. Not many ask these questions. I think I should say, Vishnu Deshmukh, cool question. If you're there, you can probably unmute and then talk. Raise your hand, I'll unmute you. Otherwise, I'll address that. There are so many beautiful books out over there, popular science ones, medium difficulty level ones, advanced level ones, right? See, all your lead code, etc., are all there. They're all very challenging. I understand you should go there and then learn some competitive programming. But Fun is not there when you compete, right? To not compete, still learn. The best way is to start learning questions from engineering disciplines. Almost all of them are programming based. If you're from electrical background, your whole of your signals and system, digital signal processing, they're all actually programming based ideas. Image processing, computer vision. Take up those questions and then try to see if you can see some. All of them are simply algorithms. The whole of computer science is actually algorithms, right? How do you solve a given question? By step instruction, right? Your operating systems, they have a bunch of algorithms, databases, a bunch of algorithms. Take them up and then see how information is stored in your hard disk. How is it retrieved? It's an algorithm, right? How do you store something in a cloud and then access it and see if it is there or not? An algorithm. How do you handle different tasks that your operating system is asking the processor to do? Bunch of algorithms, scheduling algorithms, right? So my suggestion is the computer science in general it's a very joyous field. There are some 20, 30 nice ideas. You can take them up and then read them. There are so many books out there. I tell you, you take a look, and Amazon has full of it. These days they are available in Indian market. If you want, write to me. I will give you a small bibliography. We need more questions for practice, says Lita. Very good. Maybe Ishant will go ahead with more questions. Although I would say what Ishant is covering might be at the level of exam and maybe even slightly more, right, Ishant? Maybe even one step more or one step less. It is not really indicative of the difficulty, but it's some warm-up questions. Okay.
And so there are like daily challenge questions available on the forums they can try. Like each day, each Google forums, I have posted daily challenges question they can try for practice.
Wonderful. So Ishant has posted daily challenge questions on Google forum. You can take a look at it. Whatever is from Ishant's side, you can take a look at those questions. So there are too many libraries available. Which libraries are important? Which libraries are not? Good question. For instance, import random. I do not know what all is there inside random. I look up whatever I want. So this is like dictionary. Please note, library is actually like your library. You need not read every single book in the library. As per your requirement, you go open, don't even read the entire book, read particular parts of the book. That is also enough, right? So you need not learn everything from the import library stuff. All right, any questions? Please raise your hand. Nilesh, on to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, first of all, my question was like in Python, we know there are many methods for doing most of the tasks. Like if we want to even check a membership of an element in an array, we just use the membership operator. While in other programming languages, we have to like write some 2 to 3 lines of code. So like how should we proceed with that type of abstract level of coding in Python?
See, the membership. So what Nilesh is asking is, you have a big list. You want to check if a number is there in the list or not. You just say that number in L, in the list L, it will say true or false. Right, Nilesh?
Yes, sir.
This is basically an implementation in C. Whatever you do, X in L that you do is an implementation in C. The whole of Python is basically C. I don't know whether you people know it or not. The whole of Python is actually C. It is written in C. It's built in C, and it makes your life easier. That's all. It takes some time. See, automatic cars, if you see manual transmission and automatic transmission, automatic means you'll only have brake and accelerator, no gear, steering wheel. It's like a toy. Anyone can drive. But manual transmission means you should apply clutch and then apply gear and all that. Now, what's the difference? The difference is that automatic is fuel inefficient. More the facilities, more the cost, more the running cost. So if you make Python really, really easy, it becomes really slow because it's a very tough machinery, right? For instance, if you want a nice dishwasher, you must go get it by paying a big price. And not only that, its maintenance cost is very high. It will occupy a lot of space in your house. It's easier to just use your sink and then clean your vessels. So it's a good question, Nilesh, that Python provides the dishwasher-like facility, but it comes with a cost. In C, it is not there. In Python, it is there. But then we must, there's a very beautiful hashing algorithm that goes in the membership itself is a big computer science question. If an element is there or not, can you find the intersection of two sets or not? Taking the union of two sets is really a very complicated data structure. All right, when people have written some hundreds of papers on this, right? Implementation is there in Python, so it's for you to open it up like a pomegranate, like an onion's layers, right? And then see one after the other. Okay, any more questions? Please raise your hand.
Yes.
Nilesh, go on. Sorry.
Yes, sir, sorry, there was some network issue. And the final question is, like from the topics like machine learning and data science, like most of them say that you start referring to the video lectures and start like side by side coding and start practicing it. But like I tried it once for my project and I found it a bit useful for completing the project, but I don't remember any of the things right now. So, like, sir, according to what is better, referring YouTube and doing it side by side, or first be thorough with the concepts of statistics and then.
Firstly, there's this very popular idea that you don't discuss what, you don't discuss how, you discuss why. Okay.
Yes.
If I ask you a question, why do you want to learn data science? If your answer is placements and job and etc., see, that is important. We all should get there somewhere. Roti kapda makan, as I was saying, right? It's important. But then if it's only that, then there is no interesting way of doing it. There's only boring way of doing it, sit and slog. All right. But data science in itself is a very, very, very beautiful field.
Yes, sir.
You should see the beauty of it.
Yes, sir. I
How do you
wanted to learn it because
Nilesh, wait a
yes.
minute. Let me answer. I understood your question. I'm addressing it. Okay.
Yes, yes.
A good way to enjoy a course like data science, data analytics, ML, AI, or whatever you call it, they're all the same, but called differently. It's a Bhagwan ka 1000 naam nahi hota hai. 1,000 names for Bhagwan. So this is also like that, right? So it's all the same otherwise. Now, most of these things are answers to some very beautiful questions. Okay. For instance, I'll give you a small example from biology. Okay. Maintain a record of what time you eat every day. They say it's important to eat on time. Whatever is that time, you eat once a day. You eat in the midnight, but stick to that time, right? And you write down the time of your eating schedule of a typical 40, 50-year-old person. You can actually see whether he's healthy or not just by looking at his eating habits. And of course, what he eats. Right? Now, if I want to do this exercise for the sake of just learning, not caring much about why I'm doing it, etc., it's not interesting. But if you see that it has something on your body's metabolism, it has something to do with your ability to digest and your, see, this is like parking ticket wala admi in the movie theater. He will stand to give you parking ticket only during the movie's entry and exit times. You cannot go and ask him any time to give you a parking slot in movie theaters, right? Similarly, your body also waits for your food at the right time if you sort of train it. If you don't do it, the right hormones don't get released. See, this is like a beautiful topic. But if you read it for 1 mark, 4 mark, 10 mark questions, it is not interesting. You should know the question for which this is an answer. The question is health. Are there health indicators for the body? Yes, regular eating and what you eat. Both are important, right? It makes it a joyous, right, to understand more. You may want to know more. You may want to ask more. You may want to read more. Otherwise, if you want to read to become a nutritionist, if you want to get placed, then it becomes very boring. I know, Nilesh, you did not ask in this spirit, but this is a sort of I also merged
Yes,
an
sir, yes,
FAQ
sir.
in your question and then addressed it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Anything else? Anyone else has any questions? Can NPTEL course provide us BTech honors? Please talk to NPTEL. I told you we specialize in only what we teach. We do not know that side, this side. Ask me what is the cost of a computer. I will not know. I have not bought one for the past 2-3 years. What kind of a computer science teacher are you? No, I need not know the cost of the computer. So my information is very limited in my brain. All right. Good. Any other question? What project should I do, etc., etc.? Ask the question, why do you want to do it? If the answer is I want placements and other things, then the answer is how to do it is very clear. Slog your neck off, right? If the answer is I want to learn, it's enjoyable, then first see a ML idea that is enjoyable. Before that, don't say ML is enjoyable, because everybody says ML is great. You also say ML is great, and then you learn Python to learn ML. You know nothing about ML. You don't know why it is great. I know people who finish the courses but still don't see why things are great. That's the whole reason why we offered this joy of computing course, because computing is actually enjoyable. See the enjoyable part of it and learn the enjoyable part of it. I would any day recruit a student who comes and says, I love programming, it's so much fun, than someone who comes, I know this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all these things, but I don't enjoy doing all these things, but I know all these things. Whom will you sort of recruit? You will obviously recruit the first person, right? Anyways, it's 8 o'clock. On to Ishant. Anyone who wants to leave right now can leave. Anyone who wants to ask maybe one more question can ask, and we'll conclude. Otherwise, the discussion is over. I hope you all enjoyed the course. The course's next version and the current course better version is coming up very soon. I have some good team right now, including Ishant. Ishant has said we can get together and then redo this course. Hopefully, we'll be able to do it. I really need some young and energetic crowd. If you also want to be part of it, please write to me. I'll also involve you in one way or the other. If you have seen, Joy of Computing involved some scenes with students coming and going, playing a skit and things like that. So we may want to involve more of you people. Okay? Anything else? Raise your hand. Where we can learn data structures and algorithms joyfully. Sai, wait for Joy of Computing 2.0. That is going to be full of algorithms only. There will be 30 nice algorithms, 30 nice ideas. Okay? Can use only one programming language for all applications because it reduces confusion where we learn more than one language. Raghunandan, your question is answered in the first video of Joy of Computing, where I sit with 2 students and we address the FAQ. Please watch it. Okay? Look, we are chatting. Nobody wants to come and talk here, is it? It's difficult to read what you are saying and then address it because I'm in the talking mode. Okay, any questions? Deepthi, Atharva, Nikhilesh, Rivu, Nilesh, you have asked 5 questions. In a total of 5 questions, you asked 5 questions. Do you have a 6th question to ask? Please ask, because nobody is asking. Atharva, tell us your journey. Maybe Atharva can tell us, how was your journey of studying Joy of Computing? Was it easy? Unmute, yeah.
Hello, I'm audible.
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, actually, sir, I wasn't able to participate in the live sessions, but I watched the videos, and the fact that it gave me like those live session vibes, where actually you're understanding the core concept of why you want to learn something, and you're enjoying the process of figuring out the fundamentals and going from the fundamentals, and not just superficially learning the facts, but having a deeper connection to the core concepts and understanding them, and then being able to manipulate them.
It was not syntax based. It was not, learn everything PowerPoint based, right? So,
yeah.
But then that said, there are some downsides which we know very well. We have noted.
Yes.
First downside is that TS probably were fast. They have used a different Python version, and the music is very loud and all that. We know that, and we're going to fix all of it one by one. If you want to see, take a look at the IIT Madras BSc programs Python lectures. They are relatively better. If you just want to learn Python, okay, and then not worry too much about the joy of computing part of it, watch the first 54 videos, and that should be more than enough. Thanks, Atharva. Any other feedback that you would like to give, that you the enjoyable part?
Right. One more part, sir. One more thing, sir. I realized one thing, that over here, something that I've come to realize over studying in this format was that I study something when I need it, and when I don't need it, I seem to like put it in the back of my mind, and I seem to lose contact with it when I study in this format. So let us assume I'm studying. I'm going through linear algebra. I've studied it completely in depth. I've understood the fundamentals. I've understood its core in this format, and I've used, and then I've proceeded to apply it and build some project on it, whatever. And after I've done that project, I lose contact with it because I've not by hearted the concept for some reason. I mean, again, I can easily go back to the concept and touch it again. It takes me much less time than in how the amount it would take me to if I started from scratch. But that time lag is still present. So is that something that you need to worry about, or is it like a continuous process of learning? Like it's not like you're gonna learn something and
No,
put in
this
your
is
database and be
true.
able to
For
retrieve it
instance,
anytime.
see, this is true for me also. Let us talk in the language of programming. Let's say C or C++, which I've learned some 10 programming languages in all my life. I know none of them today, but I'm confident I can pick up in 2 days. I've
Right,
done it.
right.
I've been there, done that. So it's easy for me to pick up. That should be fine. And your whatever is your requirement right now, there are two things here. Whatever is your requirement right now, on the fly, you can revise, rehearse, recapitulate, and then get to that zone once more, number one. Number two is once you know the gist of it, the wisdom comes and sits in your mind. You're talking about linear algebra. Okay, it's used for machine learning, right? The idea there is that the big picture is sort of the wisdom part. Once you get that, you can always get to the nitty-gritties very easily. For instance, how do you add two 10-digit numbers? You have not rehearsed it, revised it, recapitulated it for a long time. But you know very well that you can get there in like 2 minutes time. How do you divide two numbers? How do you find the square root of a number? You know the fundas. You have the wisdom rather. You don't have it as a memory. You sort of have it as a muscle memory. Your pen will automatically go and then you will start doing it. Right? So that's a very genuine concern. You need not know, you need not remember also. The idea is to be in touch, basically. That's why we teachers, we teach. If we don't teach, we sort of corrode away, we rust. So you keep teaching, you keep learning, you keep using it, and you will be in touch.
But like the counter reason, like the reason I asked this question was because whatever new concepts come along, they are built on the fundamentals of the previous concepts. So I need to have these previous concepts completely sharpened to the point where I can manipulate them as I want, and then
Most
I'll
of
be
these
able to
ideas,
understand the
when they
next
were
concept.
invented, the scientists did not struggle to invent them. It was a natural process. They see, hey, we know what is happening here. This is what, oh, अब भी इसको लिखना है. लिखने में वो, they will put all the symbols, etc. Because back then, some 150 years ago, if you write something, I'm reading it in a book. If I don't understand, I should write to you. It will take 1 month to reach you over a ship. If there is no shipwreck, it will reach you. After that, if you have time, you will write me back. That will take another 1 month. One concept समझ में नहीं आया तो 2 months गया. Now that point is not there. I mean, that problem is not there. So that rigorous way of doing things is not required right now. And very soon the world will move towards the intuitive understanding of the concepts. That will probably solve your problem. You don't have to remember anything. None of the subjects you need to remember anything today at least. You can always look up. Memory is no more a requirement, right? But wisdom part, it comes with practice, thinking, contemplation, internalization. Anyway, very good question.
Another question I wanted to ask was like when we learn in this format, I personally don't prefer creating notes. I just go with the flow. I just keep on taking the concept in. I can think about the concept again and again, but I don't make specific notes. Like okay, I'm writing down specific points over here. I write down specific some short notes here and there, things I find really important, but I don't make rigorous notes. And like, is that the right way, or like should I
Very,
make
very
notes like
good point.
a
Very good
brief?
point. I would say, I would any day, maybe take my whatever I'm saying with a pinch of salt, all of you. Note making is one sure way of not getting to the wisdom point. Okay, notes जितना चाहिए उतना ही होना चाहिए. उसके बाद उसको you should tear it and then throw it. You should not keep notes for a longer time. It's only a road map. Once you know the road, seeing the map is distracting for you. You will not enjoy the drive then, right? It is only indicative. It's only for a baby who is crawling, not for a man who can walk in the park. He will miss the beauty of the park if he's holding his map all the time. Notes are like that. In my opinion, at least, I never liked notes. I would make notes if I'm in that stage of I'm very confused. I don't know what the teacher is saying. Let me just make a note of it and then regurgitate it. Let me digest it and let me see whether it makes sense or not. For that mode we require. Otherwise, that's a good point, by the way. You don't have to make notes for programming also. It should come naturally. Today, programming के लिए कुछ भी नहीं चाहिए. Question mark डालो IPython में, you get everything. Sorry for the Hindi in between. I'm sure there are a lot of people from different states who do not understand Hindi here. Anyway, Niklesh has raised his hand for a long time. let me address that and then leave because I have another meeting
Uh,
coming up in another 2 minutes. Yeah, Nikhilesh.
Sir, is it possible to provide answers for some of the unsolved daily challenges? Most of them
Ishant is
I
there.
can see
Talk to
them.
him. He'll give you.
Yeah, just post on the thread which would
Yeah.
which question you would like to have answered.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will make a Ishant. Maybe you can carry on right now. Otherwise, you can also be around. Others can be around. Ishant will continue with some important questions. I will make a move. It was enjoyable talking to you all. Maybe we should have more such sessions at a very different level. Talk to Ishant. We have a very vibrant, soon to be active group of people who discuss a lot of coding or coding related things. Atharva is also part of it. Ishant is also part of it. Please talk to them and be part of our group. Okay. Informally write to Ishant. Maybe Ishant, you can give your whatever details there, maybe your email address or your Telegram ID or whatever, so that people can contact you. All right. So let us stay in touch. If you're interested, if you want to see more of the joyous part of computing, welcome. But please note, if you're coming here for placements or better job, we are not the right people. We can even be very distracting. All right. We spend a lot of time discussing things that may not actually give you a job. So exercise care before joining our group. All right. So talk to Ishant about it. Take care. Goodbye. All the best.
So regarding the answers for the daily challenges, you can post your query in the respective daily challenge question. I'll be happy to post the solution. Any more doubts related to any concept, please raise your hand. I'll be happy to answer it. I'll just unmute the.
Excuse me? Can you
Yes,
hear me?
yes.
Doubt. I'm in computer science field, but yeah, I'm in first degree. I'm learning Python in Joy of Computing, and I'm learning C in my college. So, if I need to learn both the languages into the core, or is it Python or C? Anyone has enough? What do you suggest?
I mean, it depends on your work case, I guess. So, but like today, you can do most of the work in Python only. For example, data analysis, data exploratory. You can research work is also done in Python these days. So it depends on how you would like to do, what you would like to do, and how you would like to do. So Python is comparatively easier on mind and is easier on mind and quite flexible when it comes to functionality.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Would I like to, would you mind if I pitched in over here?
Oh yeah, sure,
Ishant?
please.
Yeah. See, I didn't catch your name, but the thing is that the difference between, as Python, as sir said, difference between Python and C is that Python is built upon C. So if you like, if you want to abstract everything and just work on the final product, like let us say you have a bunch of data, you want to crunch that data. Python will give you easy tools to crunch the data. There's already pre-built libraries and you don't have to do a lot to crunch the data. But if you want to get into the nitty-gritty and if you want to go into the exact details, like how is the data stored inside the computer, how do pointers work, that's something that C will do for you. Because if you come to look at the concept of pointers and object-oriented programming in Python, it's very abstracted from the user. It's done in a very packaged sort of format. So if you want to understand the core concepts of why the language works, go into the in depths of C. If you want to use the language, let's just go with Python, because everything that can be done in C mostly can be done in Python. But everything that is currently being done in Python is basically fundamentally working in C. So I mean, depends on what your use case, as Ishant was saying, depends on what your use case is.
Sir, may I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Sir, in week 11, there is some programming assignment where I find that there is only the private test case, not the public test case. So what the suggestion means, I have compiled, there is showing 0 by 0 pass, then I have submitted, it's showing that the code is not run. No, code that didn't run. So
For
what do you suggest, sir?
which assignment number? Can you specify?
Assignment 1, I think. 1 and 4, I think.
There are only 3 programming assignments in every week, and in assignment 1 there are 4 tests,
Oh,
public
sorry.
tests.
Oh, sorry, sir. I have missed with Java. Sorry, sir.
No problem, no problem. Suman, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to know, sometimes what is happening is all my public test cases are passing very fine. But in the private test cases, it tells me about runtime error, where I will not be able to analyze my code because it's a runtime error. So if you can give me some understanding about what could be the runtime error or any little bit of details about the error, then it will be helpful for uh, us to know what type of, where we can search for the error at least.
So yeah, a general suggestion would be every time you face an error, try to search it on Google. About programming related, there are lots of forums like Stack Overflow and programming. Like there are lots of places which you can get the answer for the same question. It's not only you who suffers that specific error. There's a whole lot of community which is very helping, and lots of people face the same error. So search on the Google what is runtime error. You'll get lot of search result. Try to read some of them, and then you can improve your code. This is a basic skill set which you should acquire as a programmer in my opinion.
Okay. And one more major issue is I have been developing C for more than 10, 11 years. But when it comes to Python, what is happening is the implementation still goes with the basic knowledge of C. How do I come up with, for example, I'll tell you the reverse sorting or everything comes with two list manipulating with comparing two bubble sort or insertion sort, something like that. How do I come to Python level? Because all the assignments what I have done is when I look at the answer, it is all like 1 line, 2 line answer, but my code is always more than 20 lines. So how do I come up with the standard of Python, or how do I shorten my code? But all my test cases pass, but that is different issue. The problem is there will be an inbuilt function in Python, but I'll be doing the basics level of C.
No. So shortening, having a longer code is not an issue. You can have like there could be multiple things. Like for example, you can have variables which are meaningful. You can have like every line is explained in one. Every code or line is explained in one line. So having a longer code is not an issue. So you shouldn't be worried about that as long as you are getting all your work done basically.
Okay. So basically list comprehension is okay if I get the normal for 2 for loops.
Yeah, it's correct. But you should like with time, you should know what's the efficient way of doing it. If your so suppose some work you want time to be saved, so you should know what's an efficient way instead of using 2 for loop. Can you do it in 1 for loop? So this is efficient way. So it depends on the work which you're trying to do. If you're just writing some code for the fun, writing a long code is just fine. If you're trying to do something efficiently, you should know. It will come with practice and exploration.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Sir?
Yes.
Sir, actually, in one of the weeks, sir, Amit sir told that to determine the transpose of a matrix, he clearly gave the example that B dot T, capital T brackets, if you give, you are going to get the transpose of a matrix, sir. Same example. In the weekly assignments, the same question came, but the same option I kept, sir, B dot T, but it's showing that that option is wrong. And you gave the solution like B dot transpose is the correct option you gave, sir. So which one I should take correct, sir?
Both of the options are correct. We are actually working on rectifying that in the assignments. It will be notified soon by announcements.
Sir, another doubt, sir. Because of health issue, I attended from week 5 assignment, sir. I didn't attended 4 weeks assignment. All the assignments I attended, sir. Until 12 I attended, sir.
If you look at the course certification criteria, it only requires you to have a 25% of the assignment score should be above the average. So 25% of the average of 8 assignments, it will consider. So I don't think so. As long as you have done 8 assignments perfectly, your score should suffer. More more information you can find it on the course page.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So those who have asked their questions, please lower your hands so that I can know whom to unmute.
Sir, can you discuss some more questions for exam point of view right now, or should we now just refer the daily tasks on the forum?
Yeah, okay. So we can go ahead with this question.
Yes.
Discussing some questions if no one has doubts. So we completed the question 3. So in question 4, we have to tell the output of this piece of code. So as you can see, there is a print something function, and inside it there are two variables, answer, which is a string, and I, which is 0. And this is a while loop. So what could be the answer for this question? You can raise your hand or
Hello. Yeah.
yes.
Hey, Ishan. My question is regarding the exam. Will it be multiple choice questions or will it be programming part? How it will be conducted?
So the final
So,
exam will be of MCQ type, and then unproctored exam will you have to code.
so I can see like there is one exam on 17th and second one is at the center at 23rd. So 17th one will be online, right?
17th one will be online. You have to give it from your home, and it will consist of some programming questions which you have to do. You have to write the whole code, then pass. It will be just like the programming assignments which you have been doing in each week. Like, I guess I'm clear on that, right?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I have a doubt regarding Python. That where can I get the source code for Python, sir?
Source code, you just Google search source code on Python. It's available on GitHub as
Yes,
well.
sir. I have Google searched for example, for sorted function in Python, where I got the source code which was written in C++. So I want to know the time complexities, etc. But as we go through Java, I can get source code from Java doc, or as I downloaded Java to my system, I can read the source code in the same system itself. But how can I read the source code for Python built-in functions?
Built-in functions like Python is written on C only, so it's not a surprise if you get the source code written in C. So you should be able to find it on the Google. Like I have read it the source code of Python. I like just searched it on Google only. So you should be able to get it.
Okay, sir. The built-in functions in Python may take more or less time as compared to our program. But if our program requires more time, we can use built-in functions. So, but we don't know what functions we should need to use. Sir, can we also get the time complexities also using Python doc?
Most of the time, like for example, sort only they uses the most efficient algorithms possible,
Yes, sir.
which they can implement. So yeah, time complexity. So basically, if you know sorting, quicksort is the best method, but they use some modified version of quicksort only.
Yes,
So
sir. They use timsort, and it is the most efficient version for sorting. But I have the doubt that many built-in functions may use order of n complexity, but we don't know which functions to use.
So this you will get with practice and experience and exploration as you move along using Python more and more places. You'll search the internet, of the Google, so you'll get more idea what functions are there and which functions where to use them, etc.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So anyone who would like to answer this question?
Yes, sir. So in this program, what it is doing is, first of all, it will be traversing through the whole string. The last element won't be traversed, and hence it won't be printed also. So what will happen is till the last second element, the whole string is getting copied. Just the thing is, if in between any of the letters has the ASCII value less than the next letter, that will also be getting added in between. So like if it's like something start, so the whole string will be there in start. The difference will be like a this s is less than t, so there will s will be there two times, t only will be there one time, a will be two times, r will be there two times, and t won't be printed.
Correct. Observation.
Yes, sir.
I said good observation. Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So the answer for this question is basically it will go on each element of the list except the last element. That is because we are comparing the first element with the next element. So if we are on the second last element, we will compare it with the last element. And if we traverse through the whole list, so according to our code, if we go on the last element, then it will try to compare our last element from the element which comes next to it, which is nothing. So it will generate an error. So that's why we are only traversing from the to that second last element only. And now what our code is doing is if the ASCII value, which means the ASCII value of smaller letters, for example, E is smaller than F, small only. So if that's the case, then it will duplicate that letter only. So if I have hello, it will compare H with E. Is H smaller than E? If it's 2, then it will copy H 2 times. If it's not, then it will copy H 1 time. So this is basically what our code is doing. And if you add an equal to here, so it will make a string which will lexicographically which will give another string which is lexicographically higher in order. So don't worry about the last part, but that's what our function is basically doing. Is it clear? Any doubts in this question? Or we can move ahead. While loop will stop. It is going from 0 to length minus 1. Our length is fixed and we are increasing I in every iteration. So while loop will stop. Okay, so next question is pretty simple. What will be the output of this code? FGHI. FGHIJ also. So currently we have three types of answers. One is FGHI, FGHIJ, and FGHIJK. So the correct answer for this question is FGHIJ only. If you have any doubts in this concept, I suggest you to watch the video from the lectures. It has been like it has been covered pretty good by the instructor. List videos only. So you'll get the answer. So the final answer is FGHIJ. Basically, what happens is it starts from the index 5 and goes till n-1. That is, it will go till ninth index of this program. And this concept is known as string slicing. So all the elements from 5 index to 9 index will be printed, which are F, G, H, I, J, J, S. Yeah. Any doubts in this question? Okay, then we can move ahead. What will be the output of this program? A test, B test. Any other answers? So try to not use compilers in this MCQ type questions. Try to dry run it on your notebook or in your head. Test ABC. Okay, test ABC. ABC test. So the correct answer is it's not test ABC. It's test A test, B test, C. So what is what does this join function does is it takes a string and it add that strings in between those iteratives. So you should go ahead on your compilers and play around with this join function. What it does, you'll get a good understanding of it, and you can rewatch the video lectures. Why not A test, B test, C test? Because there is no element about after C. So it takes each element from the list or iteratable, and then appends the test, which is a string. Any doubts in this question? So the next question is similar like this, but instead of a list, we are using dictionaries. So what will be the output of this code? So what is not clear in the previous question? If you can raise your hand and unmute yourself. No doubt in this question. My bad. So question 7. John test. Name test. John test. Name test country. So the correct answer for this code is name test country. Why is that? Because why is that? Because my separator is test only and dot join. And when it applied on the dictionary, it takes by default it takes the value of the keys of the dictionary. So as a keys we have name and country. So it will join name and country with test instead of John and N. So name and country by default will be considered. So that's why I put this question. So by default, name and country will be considered instead of the values. Okay, is that clear? Yeah, it will return a string. There was something after and but you can ignore it. You can consider the value of country as n only. So the answer for this is name test country. Eighth question is we have imported numpy as np, and what would be the value of when we call b.shape? What will be the value of this? Like what will be the output of this code? 3. So yeah, as most of you type 2, 3 is the correct value. As we have 2 rows and 3 columns, we can assume it that way. Or we can say like we have 2 lists and inside those lists we have 3 elements. So we can move ahead on the next question, right? Or you have any doubt in this question? So the next question is rows in 3 columns. Basically, when you make an array, when you convert this 2 lists into an arrays, it will be 2 rows, that is 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, just like this. So it will be considered array. So these are 2 rows and 3 columns, that were 2, 3 shaped units. If only 1, 3, then what would be the output? Any like someone would like to answer, if we have only 1, 2, 3 in np.array, what would be the output? 1, 3, someone said. 1, 3, 1, 3, yeah. So 1, 3 is the correct output if we have only 1, 2, 3 in np.array. What if 1, 2, one list and 4, 5, 6? It will generate an error. You can try it in your compiler also. Yeah, 1 row and 3 columns are correct. 1 comma 3. NPTEL information 3 comma. So that would be 3 different lists. So what will be the output of this code? Print even numbers, skipping odd numbers. Or print odd numbers, print even numbers, and someone said all. There's 2, 4, 6, 6, 8, 12, 14. I guess 6 is a typo there, if I'm not wrong. Okay, 6 are twice. Okay, my bad. Yeah, odd numbers. So, like, some people are saying odd numbers, some people are saying even numbers. Print till 50, still 50. So the correct output is odd numbers only. It will, sorry, no, even numbers only. It will print all the even numbers present in the list. Why is that? So for I in L, so it will go on each element over L, and then it will check if I% 2 is not equal to 0. So if check if whether it's an odd number or an even number. If it's an even number, if it's an odd number, it will continue. So it will just go above and goes on the next element. If it's an even number, then it will come to the else part and print I. So it's checking what's the remainder when you divide a number by 2. If it's not equal to 0, then it's even, right? And if it's even, then it will continue. Continue means it will go above, back to the loop and continue. So is this code clear or someone has any doubts in it? Why the answer is not the odd numbers? Okay, no one has any doubts. Let's just move on to the last question. So this last question is homework. You can take it as today's daily challenge. So what you have to do is you are given two numbers, that is rows and columns, and you have to print a cage, or you can call it a matrix or whatever you want. So as you can see, 3 comma 4 are the two numbers which we are given, and you have to print 3 rows uh, and 4 columns. So if these dots represent the elements in our cage, and this cage is predefined. So if you see above, plus minus, and down, so every dot should be covered with above and below should be covered with plus minus, and beside every dot, that means adjacent to every dot should be a pipe, as you can see there. So we have 3 dots in rows and 4 dots in columns. So in total, 12 dots. So is the question clear? I'll also post it on the discussion forums today after this session. But the basic motive of the question is clear, right? So you will be given N and M. You have to print this cage. How to access daily challenge? Just go on the Google forums and type daily challenge. How scratch code will be asked in exams. So Yeah, the scratch codes will be asked if there is any, just like it was asked in the assignments. Can you show the question again? So here's the full question. I'll post this question on the discussion forums as well as today's daily challenge. You can have access to this question from there. How many questions will be asked in the proctor exam? I don't know as well. So on, just to be clear, on 17th, there will be programming questions. You have to code the questions just like you have coded in the programming assignments in 12 weeks. And in 23rd exam, it will be of MCQ types where you have to check mark one option which is correct. Rough paper, I'm not sure, but it is of MCQ type. I guess you should be provided with the rough paper to do rough work on, but you can ask to the NPTEL support. Okay, so with this, I guess we can close the session if you guys don't have any doubts. Thank you all for joining today's session. I'll post this question on the discussion forum as well. How many programming questions will be on 17? I don't know as well. Where to learn DS? Data success, you can learn it from like there are many websites on the internet, and for example, Lead Code, Code Chef, you can practice from Lead Code, Code Chef, Hacker Rank, and Code Forces. There are lots of websites for DS practice, and with practice you'll learn. Suraj, to access discussion forums, just go on the course page. You'll see a Ask a Question tab over there. Click on that. You will be redirected to the discussion forums course page and ask a question and discussion forums. You'll be redirected. So can you talk about Tincter library in Python from Tincter imports? This code is not working on my Mac. It should work. So actually, I haven't used Tincter on Mac, so I have no idea. Maybe try search it on Google. You will get the answer if there is any specific issue over Mac. Just type whatever error you are getting onto the Google, and you'll find it. Thank you for Thank you so much for the feedback. First, you need to install the CV2 package before using it. So install the CV2 package first, and then you can use it. So I guess with this question, we can close today's session. Thank you everyone for joining. I hope you all enjoyed. Goodbye. When I type pip install CV2, it's not showing. So, okay, post this query on the discussion forums. I'll answer it. Okay, good night, everyone. Have a nice day and night.